Technical difficulties are the norm. It would not be a CoffeeCat stream without them.
All right, go ahead. Start over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CoffeeCat Presents Rebirth, a D&D tale. I will be the DM for this evening, Macabre Derek, player of, well, at least, wow, I can't brain today. So much better on the first take. Isn't that always the way? Player of Valyr. But tonight, we'll be doing a little bit of a side adventure. Earlier on, a storm managed to, supposedly, bring down the vessel of which they were flying. The airship had faltered and had to end up making a crash landing in the middle of a storm out in the middle of the ocean with no understanding what could have happened. Finding a small plot of land in the middle of nowhere, they find themselves on a strange island. A discovered anti-magic zone, a dead zone, where the magics don't seem to end up working all too well. But strangely enough, this island was not altogether uninhabited. Evidence of shipwrecks from long ago have been showcased scattered about amongst the cove. Worse still, as they ended up approaching, grieving over the loss of their crew, grieving over the loss of comrades and fellow sailors, bringing out the wounded. They found a small hovel, I would hardly call it a village, made of upturned boats and scavenged materials. Looking about, the only 3 individuals they can end up finding. 1, a large, stout man named Brooke. A young woman who seemed to have served as a sort of apprentice named Spike, who he had apparently retrieved some odd years ago from another shipwreck that had found its way to this island. And a priestess named Shiel, dedicated to the god Tyr, a god of justice, known for the balancing scales. As they ended up spending the evening, bringing their wounded to usable shelter, making what small offerings they can, trying to end up applying balms and bandage to the wounded, they start to hear tales. Spike, ever ambitious, starts to ask these newcomers about the world beyond the sea. Brooke seems to be focused heavily on his forge, an important task that must be done. And Shiel speaks of the Pilgrim's Path, a place of import back when what is now a very modest, if almost unsightly, dedication to Tyr. Well, the claim being that at the top of the Pilgrim's Path was something far more grand. And yet, there's a hint of more. So it's there. As the sun rises anew, and without a ship, without provisions, the party is left to end up discovering what lies beyond the Pilgrim's Path, in the hopes of a way out. The sun rises, and you all awaken to find yourselves managing to get some rest, a reprieve, given your first night here. You can still smell the sea air flowing off the coast. From here, you can see the vantage point to see the shipwrecks in the cove down below. Many of the vessels have been stripped for timber, metals, to end up creating this village, which you could only imagine must have housed nearly 100 before, well, whatever happened. And now, with Alira still unconscious, and with the inability to end up magically rendering her aid, it brings our party a chance to discuss, to question, to learn, and to see what they can ascertain from what they might be able to draw upon the wisdom of the priestess of Tyr, a runty little upstart blacksmith, and her mentor. And thus, the scene begins.
As Kurobe comes out, does he see anybody up and around?
Probably Captain Amber, who's sitting alone by a fire, just maintaining her sword.
I'll walk over and kind of take a seat across from the fire. How's the crew?
Do you want an honest answer, or do you want the morality boosted answer?
I deal in what is, not what people want to hear.
I'm scared. Stranded. No provisions. Breakfast was meager. But they're still getting to work, so it's the best we can hope for, I guess.
I tried to raise spirits last night. I can tell that they're not in a good place. I just hope it did something. They, I haven't known a lot of them for very long, but you have a good crew.
They're hardworking. They're gonna take all the scraps we can salvage. Try to do what they can with them. But until we get back on the seas, or back in the air, we're kind of stuck. And they don't like that. I don't like that.
I think I'm going to try to go find out some more information.
About what?
What this area is.
It's an island in the midst of the ocean. Portion of the ocean that's not frequently travelled. So I imagine, with there being so few individuals actually living on this island, that many actually follow the maps.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they know anything about this place. You can't live somewhere for most of your life and not explore a little bit.
Unless you're told not to.
Something about that priestess. I think she's been here for a while. She might know something. I wanted to talk to her anyways.
Have fun.
Yeah. Talking. My best thing and my defining attribute.
Right. You don't come across to me as the very chatty type.
That kind of was the joke.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, it didn't land. As in, it's pointing out the obvious.
I gotta work on this. It usually works with the others. And he'll just kind of get up and wander away.
Good luck.
He's going to wander towards the temple.
What about the rest of you? How does the morning greet you all?
Well, I am stretching languidly, trying to get my joints to work. Much to my dismay, my hair is an absolute mess, and I can't just use prestidigitation to fix it like I usually do. Life is terrible right now. I am not equipped to rough it like this, but, I'll make the most of it. I am likely going to, get started with whatever breakfast I can and use a handy-dandy spice pouch to fix things up for people. Obviously, I'm going to pull my other chef along with me. Kurobe, if you could. Please tell me that the bald head doesn't mean that you've lost your abilities. The cooking ones. Cooking magic.
Oh. No.
Good. Wonderful. We're cooking breakfast.
I'm fairly certain that I'm fairly certain
Kurobe's
the
on the way
magical.
to yeah.
The human's handy spice pouch is also magical. It would definitely be
What?
for this, so, yep. No spice pouch for you. Sorry, Aria. As for the mess of hair and stiff joints, I imagine Kaz and Vanya are just gonna look to themselves with a smirk and follow afterwards.
Yep.
Fine, I'm just gonna go to the sea and get some salt.
We have salt.
My tears don't count.
I just picture Karobe walking towards the temple. Karobe, we're cooking breakfast, and runs over and grabs him by the arm. Okay, now we're doing this. Karobe will sit down, like kneel down, squat, and just start going about figuring out whatever they have on hand to try to make some kind of breakfast soup, stew of kind, with any kind of provisions they've got. Something to stretch for everybody.
Indubitably. I'm gonna help Karobe, and I guess we're in this together to try and prepare breakfast. Don't have to make any sort of rules or anything, or is it just
Let me describe. So,
okay?
as you are attempting to try and figure out what can you cobble together from what is effectively seafaring rations, and since most of the lemons and oranges have kind of been exposed to seawater, which is not good for high citrus produce that one would hope to have on such journeys, that becomes kind of an issue. And yet, when you end up smelling the air briefly, you swear you end up catching a waft of a... Is that a beef? Some form of broccoli and spices. Oh my god, spices! Civilization! And as you perhaps follow your nose, you end up finding, probably not as much to your surprise, Fiel. Priest Fiel, who is currently carrying what seems to be a fairly large cauldron with hastily carved bowls, made primarily of some kind of old wood. You presume shipwreck materials, if going by everything else everything else is made of. Wouldn't be much of a surprise. She seems to be doling out some of the portions to the sickly and injured.
Karobe would walk over and grab the cauldron and just hold it for her. Here, let me help.
Tyr bless you. And she continues to offer the goods that she can.
Go ahead.
As we're walking around, I see you're a step ahead of us. I'm usually one of the ones that cooks for everybody. I'll have to help you replenish your stores.
You and I share the same burden. Though, I swear, little Spike would eat us out of the village if she was permitted to do so. But growing young woman...
When they're growing like that, it seems they've got a third stomach.
And a fourth.
I wanted to talk to you when you have some time.
Are we not conversing right now? She says as she pours another bowl.
If you wish, I didn't want to impose. I wanted to ask you some questions about here in this island. As he's looking around.
I understand Tyr would be a life's long journey unto itself. But I suppose a brief summation can suffice for all matters of import. As far as this island goes, Its entire purpose was to bring a sort of balance. A temple in its design to well, I suppose contain would be the most appropriate way to describe it.
Contained.
Things not of the material world.
Oh. We've been dealing with those lately.
You have a lot of experience, I trust, with that.
Hmm.
You have the look of somebody who's traveled the path of gods.
Yeah. I don't usually tell this to people, but I was put on a mission by one.
So everyone will end up finding their calling so long as they end up following the paths.
I think it was
Honor
less
be
of a
to the humble
calling.
blacksmith, the farmer, the cattle raiser, the sheep herder. All callings from a higher power. All as important in an intricate design.
A lot of people would take those things for granted and think of it as lesser work, but the world doesn't run without that.
If only they knew on how little one needs to get by. A lesson we had to learn quite swiftly, I'm afraid.
It's very easy to take things for granted.
But I trust you didn't come to me for a sermon, though I'd gladly give one if that's what you're looking for.
I'm new to the realm of gods and what they do. I only know of the one that I don't know if I serve him or work for him, or honestly don't know how to call that. I know I'm trying to do what's right.
A difficult path to walk.
Do you know of Bahamut?
I've met my fair share of followers of Bahamut, the Great Scale. Him and Tyr have that in common. Though she smiles as though a little joke unto herself.
When I was young, I thought that the gods were things out of reach and on such a scale that we couldn't imagine.
Beneath their notice.
I thought that they noticed us as much as we notice ants. Only when they're causing a problem or in your way. But now I'm not so sure.
Isn't that what makes gods gods? Though. I've heard of many would-be gods, individuals who have claimed to be gods. But what's the difference? The difference is in the knowing. I think what most are more comforted with is thinking that they are beneath the gods' notice, as though they are mere suggestion, like as if their realms are just abstract. But they're very real. And what makes a god is that despite all of this splendor you would see, from the stars to the deepest of the earth, they still take notice of you. That should speak volumes to what they are. As for what you follow, now, that is a question of faith. And it's not often a comfortable discussion for many. When this island was built, the world trembled. The world trembled at great unease. In order to stop it all from spewing forth and tipping the balance all so far that it could never recover, it's said that here shedded his own blood 3 droplets. One droplet parted the ocean. Second droplet raised the earth into a pillar of soil and stone. Third droplet became a temple. To the farmer, that sounds fantastical. To the person of faith, it is as known as the keenness of the edge of your sword. To those who understand, no explanation is needed. To those who don't, no explanation will do.
That sounds about right. I don't fully understand, and I don't think you could explain it to me in a way that you could. One of my failings is I'm not a very comes to things like that.
By having been recruited by one yourself, by Bahamut?
I wonder why he chose me. I've thought long nights about whether or not I'm worthy. This... He's going to look down and kind of like open up his robes. When I was chosen, I was a very old man. Almost at the end of a life. A good life. Though towards the end kind of squandered with having fun and trying to help the next generation. I think he saw that I was still capable of more.
Or perhaps he simply wanted to laugh at you in your lack of foresight into the possibilities. Nothing can get an old man more flustered than when he's prepared to sunset his evenings, knowing he's done all he can, just to be thrown back into the chaos of youth. Stripping
know.
all of those farewell plans away and saying, nope, you must start again.
He might have done something for amusement, but... Or might have gotten amusement, but I don't
You
know
claim to
if he...
know his mind.
No, I just... From the way he's talked to me, I don't think he did it out of sheer amusement. I think he needs something done. And for some reason I fit what he was looking for, or was at least in the area that he needed.
I hope that this conversation was everything you hoped for. Yet alas, I am out of stew, so I must go and prepare more.
Is there things to hunt on this island?
Pardon?
Are there things to hunt on this island for meat? Can I help replenish your stores? There are some of us that are rather good at it.
Not much for game on a small island such as this, outside of the occasional bird that flies for migration during the seasons. But we make do.
Is there anything that I can do to help out then? I know that it's not easy to even just look after yourself.
You don't intend to be here long.
No. If we can help it, we would not want to encroach on your space.
Space is not mine. It is to Tyr.
He's just going to kind of look up at the temple, and I really hope he doesn't have a problem with us being here. I don't want to have to try to fight another god.
I would
Especially not
be
one that
more
deals with
frightful
hammers.
as to... I would be more frightful as to know why it was that you earned his ire. No. I think your arrival is simply a sign.
I do have one more question, if you'll permit me. The reason the magic doesn't work here, is it to keep whatever is sealed here sealed?
At one point. Though if I'm to be interpreting his will, I would suspect that that time is about to come to an end. Roll me a quick insight check, would you?
Kurobe's thinking, is this something we can kill? Alright, let's see. Alright. That is a 30-20.
You see her eyes flicker just outside of the entranceway of this particular building that's housing a lot of the wounded. Directly across is the blacksmith. where you end up seeing Spike currently panicking as they're trying to end up hauling wood to stoke the fires once more for another rousing round of smithing.
Oh, somehow we gotta get out of here.
Have a little faith.
I try.
It's not a try thing.
I had an old friend that used to tell me the same thing.
Good to know that I'm reminding you of old friends.
Hmm. If only he were here, he could actually have a serious conversation with you and understand most of it.
Those who know, no explanation is needed.
And I'll hand the empty pot back to her, and I'm going to go help the kid get firewood.
What about the rest of you? Were you just listening in the background in this conversation, or were you doing other things along the way?
I think Vanya and Kaz would have been helping Arya with her hair.
Yep.
For this entire
To
thing.
calm her down.
Serious philosophical questions, and
Big,
we're
massive
playing
braid.
dress up.
I'll tell you what.
Massive braid.
I will end up making this because it's
No.
mostly because it's funny.
Sleight of hand.
You know what? That's perfect. Yes, sleight of hand, please.
Do you want me to do it, or shall you?
What's yours?
No. I'm gonna end up making sure this is coming from Vanya because
All right.
it's your love.
That all yours.
Dirty
Oh, no.
20. We're good.
Can I make a suggestion, Derek? Make Kaz roll 2 so that both halves of the hair are different.
No,
I'm not gonna do that. Though I was hoping for that to like not one and it just become this like strange pseudo afro, but not quite, which makes it even
I
worse.
stuck my finger in the light socket.
Yes.
Daria just screams. No, we'd never hear the end of it.
God.
Bex is still BRB, so I don't think I actually heard
Yeah.
any of that.
All right. So, with that being said, you try and end up helping out Spike with the. Of course, there's a lot of stuff to do. Spike is going from trying to end up pulling clay together in order to end up making a charcoal kiln while trying to end up stocking the smithy at this point. Brooke is currently here trying to end up figuring out what pieces of metal and salvage he's got to end up putting together. Seems to be laying together using a piece of soapstone to end up making the dimensions for. You don't even know what the hell this is. This looks like a very strange, like almost like a piece of piping or something like that. You're not sure. He's throwing away some of the more rusted pieces, trying to figure out what he could salvage. And just you can hear him like he's taking two pieces of metal together, seeing on how it bounces off the anvil, just to make sure. He's trying to end up getting lost in his work, but both of which are here open if you're wanting to end up assisting in that regard, but it seems that they're here focused on the day-to-day, while the priestess ends up continuing to end up serving the function of pseudo-caregiver and, well, shall we end up saying a spiritual guide, which probably isn't out of step for a priestess, I imagine.
Can I go up to what was the blacksmith's name?
Brooke?
Brooke. Can I approach Brooke?
Absolutely. I don't see any reason why you can't.
I'm gonna walk up and I'm just gonna be carrying a couple of bags. And I'm just gonna hold them out to him.
No good. No good.
And
No good.
they're
But
I'm gonna hand them. There I have actually have a couple of bags of they're big bags of steel ball bearings
how would you have been carrying them this entire time?
in my backpack.
Okay, so not in a bag of holding, just to be clear.
No, it is a back. I have a backpack.
Okay.
I keep all the things I need on my backpack. The only thing I put in the bag of holding is in the party shit.
Okay. Which you might imagine would end up having some complications at this exact moment. Okay.
I go to reach in for the bag of holding and oh shit, that's just an empty bag.
Yeah.
That stuff's probably gone. Because when a bag of holding is disenchanted, the stuff inside gets ejected into the astral. Because that's how the bags of holding work. It's a pocket inside the astral plane, so when it gets disenchanted, that holding cell just disappears. And so there's probably shit floating throughout the astral plane now, and now stuff is gone.
Who knows?
Oh.
Oh no. Anyway. I do have a thing to do, but it will be this night.
He ends up grabbing hold of the bags and... Dear God. Not a speck of rust on it.
It's not much, but hopefully it'll help whatever you're doing.
He starts like laying them out, like kind of almost OCD. Like he's like trying to piece together and figure out, okay, how many can I end up putting? How do I end up building this into a forge? You just see him. He's going through like loose calculations. He doesn't seem to be a whole lot of math and
Guesstimations.
yeah, probably the best way to describe it. It's very clear he is so used to end up dealing with salvage metal, he's not used to actually getting, like, proper metals.
I might be able to get some more from the ship, but hopefully this can at least supplement, if not get some of the things you guys need.
Oh. Well, you could do me a solid.
If I can.
He looks about and he starts to reach into these makeshift chests that he has on the side, and he starts rummaging through them, and you can hear the metal clattering. It's like, nope, that one's not finished. Nope, that one is not right. Lens is off on that one. Ah, here we go. He pulls out, and what it looks like is this tube with several cuts in between, with several discs. These discs are transparent, but they almost look like a lens. It almost looks like a kind of a telescope, but it doesn't collapse. It doesn't adjust. Just kind of is. All right. You want to end up saving me a whole load of work. Bottom of the bottom of the temple. You're gonna end up finding a big room filled with a whole bunch of paintings. Look all fancy and shit. You lift one of those paintings, it'll be the third one. You will end up here removing the piece that looks like this, and very, very quickly put this in its place. And when I say quickly, I mean quick. And do it precisely. Otherwise, well, don't worry about it. Just do it quick and you won't have to worry.
I know just the person to help me do this. He is quicker than any person I've ever met.
That'd be fantastic.
All right. Thanks, Brooke. And I'll just kind of like punch him in the shoulder a little, like not hard, but just just like as we're walking out.
Right. Okay then. Man just kind of looks at you side-eyed like, the hell is that? Okay. So what everybody else managed to unfrizz Arya's hair. It's not a complete disaster piece. Low to my hair, regrets on hair not gain a natural one, or to end up making a really good joke. But what are the rest of you doing?
Amber's finished up sharpening her sword, and probably has gone about making sure that the rest of the crew has their food, along with maybe just being available for whatever else everybody else needs.
Yeah. Most of them are definitely happy to see their captain. You do the regular rigmarole, not letting them know how bad the situation is, but...
Even though the ship is basically half non-existent.
Yeah, that's putting it politely. Should never be seaworthy again, that's for sure. Even if it couldn't fly, you can't even use the vessel for seagoing fare.
Fuck. Literally stranded. And even calls for help that would rely on magic can't be used. Great. Wonder if they did this on purpose. I guess you can't start thinking like that because they're the only ones on this damn island. It is a wonder. How in the world am I going to tell all these people in the matter of that we're never leaving? Not without some kind of help. And this island isn't on any routes that I know about. So the likelihood of anyone passing by is slim.
I imagine your thoughts get a little bit more grim if you were to take a look out into the cove, just to see the mounds of wrecks piling up.
It's a graveyard. All the more reason why I think this is purposeful. Ships are supposed to die here. And we're the latest catch. I start looking for the rest of the party. I don't
Yeah,
like...
let me know when I show back up. Sorry.
I don't like land. There's a reason I'm a sailor.
Yeah, I imagine so. Finding your land legs is hard. Too many times at sea, you're used to constantly needing a counterbalance. Now, if with everything still, it's
Weird.
instincts aren't the same.
Mm-mm.
What about the other three? As our dear captain is currently looking in to joining the rest of the party, and Robe's clearly been very active. Arya's hair is now de-retinest.
Kaz would be making his exit from their shared, accommodations at about this time. Looking up and he's been listening. He's been listening to things going on. Been thinking about this island and everything on it. Because there is something here. Dead magic zones don't occur for no reason. Not that it's affected him any, in truth, but he was able to tell with Arya pretty much immediately that, things aren't going so hot on that front. So, he's been thinking about where the source of this might be coming from, and if there is something here, where that might be. And with the mention from the priest about the pilgrim's path, he's made consideration that perhaps walking the pilgrim's path might be an option to try and discover more of what's actually here on this island. And if there are things that are hidden, that they'd be able to find them.
What are you considering when it comes down to this island? What's your current thesis on this?
That there's either a Titan keystone here. There's something sealed beneath the temple that's here. Beneath the shrine. Or there is simply something buried deep in the heart of the island. But there's something here. Because that's our way off. If we can get a distress call out, then worst case scenario is we could probably get Cypher to come pick us up.
Fair assessment. What about the lovebirds Arya and Vanya?
Oh, heavens. Well, now that I actually am not an absolute mess, I'm helping out however I can, really. Honestly, I've probably been going around checking a lot of the crewmates, making sure that their medicinal needs are met to the best of my abilities. If there's anyone that needs any sort of care or tending, I can't do much without any of what I usually have.
I'm sure
But,
Lagon's also
you know-
on that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Wow.
Lagon's probably better at it than me by a long shot. I don't know.
Probably. I
Go
imagine.
ahead.
No, it's quite all right. All right. There's still that niggling sensation. It's that same sensation you had since you got on the island. Just something about it when you look into the forest surrounding the mountain at the island's center. Home. That sensation of home.
It's obscure and honestly the the more paranoid part of me wants to remain suspicious of it, considering what shenaniganery we get into. But there's no better way to understand it than speak with the people who are and have been here. So maybe I find myself with a Shiel on that. I assumed she might have more magical knowledge, but I also wanted to talk to Spike. She said something interesting last night around the campfire. Something unusual about her being here. An encounter of sorts. I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about that.
Well, then I suppose to Spike you can go. Spike at this point is elbow deep in mud, currently trying to pile it up on what you can only ascertain is a mound of wood almost as tall as she is. Looks like she's trying to end up preparing this for a charcoal burn, to end up restocking the forge.
Oh my goodness. Are you certain you can handle that by yourself?
I'm big.
Well, I don't doubt that. It's just that you're just a little thing. You're not any bigger than I am. Here. Maybe 2 hands will help. 2 extra hands. And I'm just gonna do what I can to help her out.
Oh, you are wishing you had prestidigitation right now because, like, mud and clay going right under the fingernails as you're just pushing this up. This is not helping.
This is heinous. I'm sticking through it to the best of my abilities. It's like she's like carrying everything.
You might have felt an
way away from
earthworm
her.
would like suddenly crawl out from under as you.
Drops it. And she like shakes her hands like, oh God. Okay.
But it's just an earthworm.
You know, I understand that. I am.
She takes it and pulls it out, and it just gets. It's one of those worms that just seems to get longer and longer as she's pulling it out.
And Arya is just watching in horror.
She seems to put it in a bag on the side. Use you for fishing.
For fishing, right? Of course. Like, there's a little thought in the back of her head that's just like, I thought you were gonna fucking eat it.
Yeah, she doesn't understand survival. Have you looked at this woman? She literally doesn't know how to exist without some degree of luxury. Okay.
I'm getting that impression.
A whole one dot of survival. She can sit and be sad in the woods.
And even that requires a skill check.
Yeah.
But she seems to be continuing to mounting up, and she is getting right into it. Like in fact, she might even be doing so with more enthusiasm just to try and shut you down for the earlier comment. She seems to have taken exception.
Well, you're certainly more built for this than me.
Brooke needs help.
To my understanding, he is very appreciative of your assistance. So, Spike, you were telling us a bit about your times here. Do you like living here? I mean, I understand there isn't really... You haven't known anything else.
I've heard stories.
Yes, but stories is not the same as going to experience things. You hear stories, but you don't exactly have the, you don't get to really see it. And seeing it becomes a very different thing. In a lot of ways, I think, arguably, you've seen things that I certainly haven't. I mean, after all, you're... you do this quite fine. All of what you have been doing here. Obviously, I don't do, manual work often. Not like this. So, me having to see it is... different.
So, you were a priestess?
I am a performer. I dance and I sing and I try to make people happy. And I traveled the world to do so.
Like a priestess?
Sure. But definitely not like Shiel. Shiel is refined. She has a devotion to it that, whereas I'm not really devoted to anything in that way, in that same way.
Isn't it the most important part to being a priestess, though?
Yes. But like I said, I'm not quite a priestess. My goodness. I'm not sure how to explain it to you.
You see her starting to dig a small hole at the base of this pile of clay built over built over the wood pile. She ends up pulling out what seems to be a very, very overly used piece of flint, barely strikeable anymore, as she fires up a few sparks to light a small bit of tinder. Waits to end up being sure that it starts catching with mighty breaths that her tiny lungs can produce. She just starts blowing into the fire, trying to end up making sure that it ignites before eventually taking a piece of clay and covering up the hole.
What is that you're doing there?
Making charcoal?
I see.
What doesn't heat fire, or what doesn't heat the fire up near as good? Brooke says it's because in all trees you have earth and water. And when you do this, the fire removes the element of water out of it, and it pulls in the strength of the clay of the earth, and so it's closer to metal. It heats more and becomes closer to earth, and so the metal will talk to the fire better.
Narya is nodding along and just taking it in like, I see. There's a little bit of skepticism in her expression, but she's trying to like pull it back and just be like telling herself mentally like that this is all this kid knows. This is all this kid knows. Does not have a proper education, probably. Definitely. Brooke is doing his best. Just let him have it. But at the same time is still flash of admiration. It's like even if they don't necessarily understand the whole concept of fire as a science.
Roll me a knowledge religion, actually.
Knowledge religion. Oh God.
Religion.
Why is this the one time I know religion? So that's just gonna be a flat 19.
Flat 19?
Flat 19.
If you were having to explain the concept of coal or charcoal generating more heat than fire, is that not an adequate way to describe the actual situation that's going on? You are removing moisture from the wood, allowing it to end up combusting to a higher heating temperature, thus making the metal more malleable. Mm-hmm. Functionally, there is nothing wrong with the description, just the terminology used.
Okay. Yeah. I think from Arya's perspective, she was taught reading and writing in different sciences on a very rudimentary level from Rune ages and ages ago. He was an actual scientist. So it's kind of where the perspective is coming from, is just her being like, oh, this feels like alchemy meets chemistry. She's coming from like a chemistry side, and the kid is coming from an alchemy side.
Wouldn't be far to end up describing it.
Yeah.
Now, she walks over to a bucket now of water and washes her hands off in it. Hands you the bucket of now probably previously fairly muddy water. She's clean enough to end up continuing working unhindered. Does not make her spotless in the slightest.
Yep. I'm just I'm gonna dip my fingers in to get what mud and grimy sliminess is off as well, and I just nod. Great.
I imagine you're trying to be civil and all that. Meanwhile, you're partially performing a Lady Macbeth. The blood won't come out. I don't know why. That image strikes me as hilarious. But however you wish to describe it.
Kim. She's just gonna keep talking with Spike, and she watches Spike create the charcoal, stoke the fire, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what are your favorite things to do on this island? I know you work a lot for Brooke. Is there anything you do for fun? To entertain yourself?
I make hinges.
You make hinges.
We don't have a lot of spare good metals, so Brooke says it's good practice to learn the basics, and I get to play on the anvil. He's better at it than I am, so yeah. He lets me try. He says maybe someday I'll be good enough to end up doing his job.
I'm sure he would be proud to see that. Maybe you could show me some of your favorite things, the hinges that you've made. Any of them that you're particularly proud of. And if you're interested, I was thinking I could show you something that I have from last night. I and my friends were in all of our singing and dancing and whatnot. I happen to have a instrument.
A funny thing that you guys were doing. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Was that any fun for you?
Really noisy.
No, you don't like it.
I didn't say that. I just... She just kind of offers like this bit of confusion. Like you could see it on her face, like she's not sure how to respond to the question.
Well, I have less noisy instruments. One, really. She just pulls out from her bag just a tiny little lyre harp that she happens to have.
Pretty.
This is a harp. Just a small thing. And it tends to make more quiet music. Narya will play a couple tunes. Some of the songs that Vanya has shown her. Performs it in a slower rhythm and beat than she usually does.
Roll me a performance check.
Yeah, this is the one thing I'm good at. Holy shit. Well, I think I should stop playing for the rest of the night because that's my one nat 20.
Like
29.
That was a nat 1.
Hmm.
The one thing I'm good at, nat 1.
Spike is utterly enamored. Completely silent. And you can kind of just see her sway a little bit as you play. Starting to get the rhythm. But she just listens to you with such intent. Like she doesn't want to let a moment of it go.
Narya feels a little bit of a sense of pride in that. I'm just watching this kid. It's almost as if Spike has never heard music before. And up until we as a group, party and the crewmates happen to all gather here.
Would definitely corroborate what you know of Spike's story.
Mm-hmm.
This is music from a harp. Now, I don't often get to use this, so if you would like, I would like to teach it to you. Here, we can do it while you're paying attention to the charcoal, just on the side. Sit down with me.
She taps the log she's sitting on.
She sits, just kind of, and she's leaning in, like leering at this thing, studying it.
I'm gonna take the harp. I'm gonna put it into her lap. Gently, I just kind of direct her arms around it for her to hold, where to hold it, and how to position her hands.
There you go. Conveniently, it is a good size for you. So, here's how this works. You just gently pluck the strings with your fingertips. Your fingers just a little bit more callous than mine, so you might actually be better at this than me. You don't have to know anything. You just pluck the strings that sounds right.
And as she tries to end up doing this, the idea of gentle doesn't seem to register. I'm sorry, she rolled a 2.
Twing!
It's not quite wreck the harp, but you see her working it like she's working an anvil. Bam, bam, bam.
Good job! You're getting it! Arya says through a crooked smile, just like cringing a bit.
I'm done. This was a gift to me, and I'm dying inside watching it get wailed on, not only by an amateur, but by a person who doesn't understand the difference between an element of graceful music and an anvil.
It's gonna take some time. Arya's not giving up yet. She's just gonna like gently just work with Spike on it until they can actually get like 3 notes done delicately.
That's better. Well, I congratulate you on managing to teach on the harp the world's equivalent to 3 blind mice.
No, the entire time Arya's just like, she's just so overjoyed. Once Spike manages to play it, Arya just is like, yes, very good. You got it.
And she just keeps trying to do it, and maybe still very aggressive on the strings, but
This kid needs a guitar.
Get them on a drum set, that'd be set. But
Yeah, for real. Like, just give this kid a couple of war drums and send them off. They got this.
I like to hit things. Alright. So with that being said, with an odd bit of music that probably grates on a few people at the start, as let's be honest, nobody wants to listen to somebody just learning how to play an instrument. But it eventually comes into something that's recognizable as a song, or at least a crude attempt at one.
Thank the gods. Okay. As Spike is still busy with that, kind of figuring it out, content to successfully construct a song, Arya is just going to look out to the sea and listen kind of proudly. There's a part of her that internally thinks back to a past, a hope that she once had. It's wistfully very lost now.
What was that hope? What was that hope, Arya?
A family. A child. The times do change.
Sometimes
They do
all too
change.
quickly. But makes all of those moments all the more precious. And so, while this is going on, and while ball bearings are currently being forged, while the ship's crew is visited by their captain, I believe that leaves both Kaz and Vanya to tell us about their morning routine.
Kaz's morning routine is exceptionally simple. He would have had a little bit of rations left, which he probably would have munched down, along with one of the last oranges that he would have turned to orange juice by literally pulping it in his hand and drinking it.
Very good.
His current, the current objective is likely to seek out the Priestess of Tyr to have a chat with her about the Pilgrim's Path and where that starts. He wants to try and tackle that today, and he'll probably see about bringing Vanya along with him, given that Kurobe is currently busy, and well, Arya is unfortunately kind of useless. As wonderful as she is, without her magic, she doesn't have very much behind her.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And Kurobe is busy helping Brooke pound his balls. I know what I said. That will probably be kind of where he goes, and he may even invite the good old captain along if she decides that she wants to join them on a little trek further into the island to do some exploration and kind of actually get a better lay of the land as to what's actually going on here.
To be fair, she's getting a little antsy about doing anything at the moment. She's finding the lack of things to do very jarring.
Actually, that would probably be a really good time. Roll me a insight check.
Who's rolling an insight check? Me
That
or
would be the cap.
Captain. Captain
Notice
Amber.
something.
Captain Amber. Insight would be, well, that is all of 8. Not terribly insightful being.
Something feels off, but you can't place it.
It's just weird. But yeah, I do join Kaz and Vanya when they go to see the lady, the priestess.
And you three show up at this makeshift church to Tyr, made of what appears to be crudely fashioned marble, trying to replicate temples of old in about something that's about 3 times the size of an outhouse. Probably the most decorative thing on the entire in the entire thing outside of the icon of a Tyr on the front is probably the hinges, which seem to have a little bit more artistic flair rather than this brutalist style of architecture that is made more out of function than any artistic form. And she seems to be coming out with a fresh pot of the stew that she's been serving all morning.
question?
Dude.
Given that I see the bowl of stew in front of me, and probably being able to tell at least the kind of the basics of what's in it,
Mm-hmm.
would I know if those sorts of things are able to be found? Like, assuming it from a meat point of view, because...
You know what? The fact that you asked that question, I can give you just a definitive answer. No. Very little, if anything, that is in that stew can be found on this island.
Huh.
That smells really good.
Well, have you eaten, Captain?
I had rations this morning.
You can't subsist on that. Yeah,
Well, you can
yeah.
subsist, but not.
One of the few joys to life is eating well. Even if the china is made of old wreck. She pours out with a ladle that looks like it's been hammered out crudely. Please, eat.
What's in this?
It's stew.
She'll eat a chunk of the meat out of it.
Perfectly fine.
Is it like chicken, pork, beef? Something else?
Tastes like beef.
Another thought comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
find marble on this island. Like, I doubt this island has natural reserves of marble. And that's marble right there. And if you ask how I know that, well, you see, I happen to be, like, almost stone-like, given I'm an amethyst dragonborn. I know one thing, and given I'm very studied on both dragon and Jotun culture, Jotun culture is also pretty big into stones. So if it's a thing that I know, it's stone.
I also have stone cutting.
Hmm?
As a dwarf.
As a dwarf, yeah, but it's a matter of, that's marble. Unless we just so happened to stumble across a shipwreck that was full of marble for some reason, which is not really something that you would move by sea anyway, because marble is a porous stone that would actually absorb a lot of water and get ruined in transit. What? Derek, I think I would like to roll an insight, please.
Please do.
Let me actually just check my modifier on that real quick. Not a common roll that I normally do, but it's like, there's so much that doesn't add up here.
There's a lot
The
that
stuff
doesn't
in
head
this-
up here.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that is a 22.
Ooh.
You are absolutely right. This here material should not exist on this island, much as the beef stew that you are currently consuming should not exist on this island.
Amber just kind of lifts a very, very thick red eyebrow as she's kind of looking at the rest of the party and at Shale.
Carl's hasn't said anything yet, but he's deeply in thought.
It's good. I it certainly will.
Really good, actually. It is really good.
Wow. This is better than any tavern that I've been to in my life. And that's saying a lot. I've been to a lot of taverns.
Oh, no. Thoughts are popping up in my head. No.
Where'd you get this? Did I lose audio? Hang on. I lost my Discord chat.
Look to Amargoat.
Mm-hmm.
I lost my Discord there for a second. Sorry.
There
we
Sorry, chat. We lost Discord for a second. So, I had said it tastes really good, better than Eddie Taverns, and that's where I lost you guys.
Yeah, so Carl's was like, hey, can I talk to you two for a moment? Referring to Vanya and Amber. It'd be like, we'll just be a second priestess, and he would like drag the pair off to the side.
Yeah.
Like kind of leaning in, going, there's some really weird stuff going on this island.
Do you think? It's been obvious since the night we got here.
It really has been.
This shouldn't be here. That shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be here. Brooke shouldn't be here. Nothing should be here. This is a trap. This is some kind of trap. It's a graveyard for sailors and for their ships, and we're stuck. And no one seems to care.
I have a placation of warm food and the caress of a god. We'll do that. But
It's
here's the thing.
jarring.
Yeah, I bet. Got an idea.
It's actually really good.
Yeah, probably good enough to make you forget your sorrows for a second, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is something that I'll
Helpful.
leave to the crew.
Now, there's a pilgrim's path on this island. I think that if we follow it, we might get some answers. That's what I want to do with my day.
If we follow this pilgrim's path, it might also be a trap to get us to, I don't know, die out in the wilderness because we're fucking on our own.
Amber, do you know who you're traveling with? Who your traveling companions are?
Gotten to know you over the last few weeks since you boarded my ship.
Which was our ship.
Was. Keyword.
We are not getting into that again.
No.
And don't
But
y'all
the point
have
is-
somewhere to be? Like, right now?
Oh, yes, most certainly. Which is why I plan to get us off this island. But the thing is, right? I have punched literal gods in the face.
So you've said. You have made a mention of that yourself, rather several times now, and really it's kind of the dragonness of your dragonborn kind of showing in that you're a little cocky.
The thing is, there's something sealed here between me, Vanya here, what I can only describe as the tempest of steel and death that is Kurobe.
Yeah.
And, well, I was gonna say Arya, but unfortunately she's a little indisposed thanks to the dead zone.
Yeah, that's...
If there's something sealed here, and we release it to release the dead zone, and it comes out, we're probably the best equipped to kill it.
Well, yeah. I don't rely on magic. Anyone who relies on magic is asking to get hamstrung as soon as they land in a place like this.
Yeah, but the thing is, right?
Point being, we can handle it.
Which means the first thing we need to do is go and find it. And where would it be? But in a place of divinity, marked along a path the pilgrims are meant to walk. That or it's under that marble structure that's not meant to be here because this island doesn't even have marble.
No. I've not seen a lick of marble in this entire island except there.
Yeah, and I would assume, given your stature, that you may know a thing or two about stone.
Yeah. I know a lot about stone, as in, Mountain City in Elatua,
Exactly.
Mhm.
So,
It's been a while since I've been home, but
you know,
I don't intend on going
Right.
home.
we're gonna grab Kurobe, we're gonna see what he knows, and then the four of us are gonna go for a little trek up into the mountains.
Yeah.
Because if we don't do that, we're probably going to die anyway.
I do suggest bringing Arya along. She was saying something the night we landed here. That something...
Wang!
Ah!
Oh,
Anyway, she was saying something about the feeling of something pulling her and calling this place home, something like that.
I don't know about any of you, but this is not home.
Oh, hell no. So I figure bring her along and keep an eye on her because it's Arya.
Yep. Especially with what happened last time with the Abyss and the. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. No, I agree.
Abyss.
Don't. No. Not a thing to ask questions on. The
No,
less you know, the better. But
I'm part of this crew. I'm the captain of this crew, mind you. So, the more I know, the more I can help you.
then
the Abyss is
imagine a
something
realm
that
of
happened
death.
before we met you. Let's just put it that way.
All right.
Imagine, if you will, a realm of death.
Yeah,
It's
effectively.
hard to
Or
imagine.
where a broken god seeks to reclaim his throne.
So do a lot of broken kings, at least.
Oh yeah, but this one's got divine power to back it up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe you can fill me in on that a bit later, because we're in a bit of a dire situation, and let's
Exactly.
Exactly
focus
what-
on that.
Exactly. So, I'm gonna go grab Kurobe.
I'm gonna go grab Arya before she has, a heart attack from Spike.
I'll go with
Yeah,
you, Kaz.
Yeah. Let's go gather everyone up and go for a little wander, shall we?
Yeah.
And Kaz is gonna make his way over to Kurobe, and as there's another twanging, Kaz is like, oh, that poor arm.
Mm.
And Vanya's heading over to Arya, just trying not to cringe as she hears it.
Those strings will never be the same.
Nope.
It was able to hold a tune once. Once.
When I see Vanya walking up, I just wave at her and point over at Spike. Look, she's learning so fast. Twang.
Good job. Keep it up and you'll be a professional in no time. Arya,
So
my love,
good.
I need to grab you for a little bit so we can meet up and kind of plan a few things with the others.
Oh, yes, I absolutely. Literally anything I can do to help right now. Part of that is like the desperation to actually be useful, and the other part of it is get me the fuck out of here.
Learning pains.
Oh, learning pains. She does turn to Spike and she's like, "You go ahead and keep at it. In fact, while I'm away, you go ahead and keep that. In all honesty, you might have some more use out of it than I tend to. I mostly sing, so we'll be back later."
You might hear
Thank
a few big groans coming from the shelter nearby. Please, no!
This is the chaotic side as Arya being like, "Know my suffering."
No, this
I don't get my magic. You have to deal with this.
Maybe you can go play for Tyr at some point while we're gone.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And she hugs arms with Vanya. All right, my love. Lead me away.
She's gonna start leading her over to where Kaz and Kurobe are.
Kurobe's probably exiting, holding a tube with the glass and stuff inside of it. If he sees Kaz walking up, he'll, who I was looking for.
And him.
Kaz, I need your help.
all kind of good because I needed to find you too, because you and I need to have a bit of a chat.
Yeah, I think I may have figured out something.
Me too. We can corroborate.
Okay.
What do you
he's going to say, I need quick hands.
Yeah, well, between all of us, that'd be me.
Well, same.
Either of us. You've actually probably got a better sleight of hand than I do.
Not
I don't
bad.
care. I just know that it needs to be done quick.
Alright, so
What
what are we doing?
needs to be done quick?
We gotta go take. I'm going to pull something that looks like this out, and you got to put this in its place very quickly, or I don't know.
And I take the object.
Okay, so what this looks like is about a foot long tube with about 8 different slits in it on the top, each one containing a metal disc or metal band that surrounds what appears to be a form of heavily worked glass.
So to me, it looks like a scope.
It almost looks like a scope, yeah.
I pull it up to my eye and look through it. Like how big is the magnification?
Huge. Like, impossibly huge.
This is a rather good scope, given the crude materials it's made out of.
Yeah, we got to switch that out apparently for something.
For a different scope?
Look, Brooke just asked me. I'm trying to help out where we can, and he's going to start walking towards the temple.
Now I'm confused. Are we going under the temple, or are we going on that pilgrim's path? What are we doing? Looks over to Cause.
We are going to do that, but we should probably check this. Because, everything about that temple reads off.
Now, to be clear, there was 2 temples mentioned, right? The one that you guys can see is a hollow facsimile for local worship and what have you. Hence, despite the fact it is made of marble, you will notice, especially if you're a dwarf, that the stone cutting is crude at best. It's kind of like you ask somebody to chisel the Roman Colosseum with nothing but a sledgehammer.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So at best, it's a crude facsimile.
And then
In fact,
the second one we've seen?
The second one was the one that was described at the end of the Pilgrim's Path.
Okay.
This is where most actual worshippers end up going.
Is that where he told me to go?
Yes.
Okay, I thought he was. I missed that.
No, it's okay. I am trying to clarify because I'm starting to get a sense of confusion going on, and it's understandable why.
Mm-mm.
But
remember,
as
pure of heart, dumb of ass.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm blaming myself for not being clear enough, but there is a reason that there are 2 temples.
Oh, well, we gotta go. I think to that other temple, anyways. But
Well,
are we all together?
that's convenient, because we're wanting to go there too.
I think I might have figured out something talking to the priestess this morning.
That nothing about this place is inviting as hell. Well, everything's inviting, but in a you're the latest catch sort of way.
No. Honestly, if magic worked here, this place would be great. I love it. It's like camping, but exotic.
It's land. It sucks. I want back on the water.
Of course you do.
Well, you can go back out on the water.
Don't you
But-
have some place to be?
What are you talking about?
The whole reason that you even told me that you wanted to go to the continent of Ionia in the first place, remember? The diplomatic mission?
Yes, hence why I'm trying to talk and tell you guys what I figured out. I think she was telling me a story about how this place was built upon, and it was built to seal something. And that's what the magic zone, or lack thereof, is keeping it there.
What?
If
Oh. Hi, Aria.
Wow. Okay.
Aria,
Oh,
please down, please.
I'm sorry. It's just that's a lot of. I mean, that's kind of a bit of a
I know.
big bomb of information there. Okay.
You'll be
That might be the
fine.
problem.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking that if the dead magic zone's here keeping it, if we kill it, it might go away. But then again, a
If
lot of my answers come down to killing our problems. So I need more input.
how about we just go to this temple, the one that we were told to drop that thingy off, and she points at the tubular object, and
This is a really good scope. I would really hate to give it away.
And Kroby's going to slowly reach out and take it away. No, this is for the temple.
it's a good excuse to at least go up to the temple.
He's gonna do that
It
anyway.
is.
You, my bold friend, are a killjoy.
You know, that's the second. First, I was told I was unfunny by you. Now you're saying. And he looks around. Do you guys find me funny and fun to be around?
Well, I do.
For the most part.
Well, maybe you're just a stick in the mud.
Maybe I am.
You know what? Stand up when you talk to me.
Cass is like, oh!
Jesus.
You know what?
Wow,
Amber's gonna
Ruby,
punch him
that
in the
is-
nuts. She's gonna punch him in the nuts.
Just... Oh my god.
Roll to hit, I guess? I don't know.
I'm on a
All right, roll the hit. Roll the hit. Sure, why not?
rolling dexterity to hit, y'all. Well, that would be a 10.
You catch all the belt buckle or something. I don't know, Derek. You rule this.
No, 11.
Oh, well, that just changes everything.
Funny enough, no.
Roland, what's your full AC?
16 naked.
So,
Go.
as though to emphasize the point, you end up doing so. But you know how it is with the tall folk. Anatomy proportions are all out of whack. You know? So, by the time you end up flicking in, you end up realizing perhaps that the kill switch is maybe a little bit more to the left on that side. No, I was like, okay, eventually, like after the third attempt, how short is he?
It's more along the lines that she just stays in that position. Better be glad I don't have my sword out. Otherwise, I'd cut you down to nothing. No more cracks about my height. Or I will cut your nuts off.
Look, both of you cut it out, or I'm punting you both over the horizon. No, that isn't a height joke. Now, question for the both of you. Why does a temple need a scope? And how is that formed from the stuff around
Oh.
here?
Ooh, choose me, I got an answer. It's a lighthouse. With like absolutely no evidence or regard for anything, she's just like, it's a lighthouse.
That would be a prism, love, not a scope.
To be fair, these are crudely
Maybe-
made lenses, but it's got a good magnification on it. You could see.
Maybe they look at the sky with it.
Hold on. I was trying to make a point. A lot of lighthouses also double as, well, I mean, watchtowers in a sense, especially along coastlines.
But this particular island is made more like a graveyard. Why would they even have a lighthouse?
To make sure ships don't crash? Isn't that what a light... Look,
That's what a
you're
lighthouse
supposed to be
does.
a captain of the... Yeah, I was about to say, you're a captain of the sea. I would figure you of all people know what a lighthouse is for.
But you've seen
And
it
wouldn't this place need a lighthouse?
under normal circumstances, yeah. But this place, and she points out to the towards where the rest of the wreckages are. This place intentionally does not light a lighthouse. This isn't on
How do
any
you
of the
know that?
normal routes.
To be fair,
Is
I
it-
don't think... Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, is it so weird that there might be an undiscovered place? Or a lost place?
Yeah, but
We know a lot about the world, but who knows everything?
Kurobe.
The routes exist
Anya,
because there are dangers out in the water that even you can't fathom, God Killer.
question. Vanya, you said that Arya said something on the night that we crashed here.
Mm-hmm.
Something about something pulling her in. Calling this
Oh, it's still doing that. It's still doing that. Out in the woods? Towards the mountain?
towards the temple,
It's called-
perhaps?
She shrugs. Either way.
Everything seems to be pointing in that direction. We should advise ourselves caution, though.
It
We lost
just
you again.
feels
Coffee.
like it's
Coffee.
telling me...
There we go.
Feels...
Oh shit.
Lag.
Delay and lag and all sorts. Holy crap, that was like 5
Wow.
seconds.
Whoops.
That was actually kind of impressive. Okay, now you're back.
Okay.
Now you're back.
It is like the old anime dubs. It was great.
Yeah, it was
Well, I didn't
my
lose
concert's on the
anything.
20th.
No, it's
fucking great.
She was just saying this. Everything seems to be pointing in that direction.
Well,
It's still saying I'm home. Whatever it is.
I would advise that we be cautious and not jump the gun, as it were.
We would never do such a thing.
Oh,
Is that
No,
facetious
never,
sarcasm I hit detect
never.
again?
Oh no. Oh,
I think we do well thought out plans.
Most of our plans are literally form up and hit it till it dies, Kurobe.
That's not thought out. I mean, it's a plan that works.
Well, thankfully... I'm
You're
a
not
lit-
wrong, but I just had. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying that I tend to be very light of foot and might be able to even spot things that might be dangerous before you walk right into them.
Well, they tried to tell me I'm not allowed to do that again.
Well, yes, because you tank them with your body.
Yeah.
How many times have you been lit on fire? The answer is non-zero, which is far too many for one lifetime.
Well,
Look,
I mean, considering.
he gets 2.
Look, Kaz, given the situation, would you have Arya or Vanya walk up front to take that hit?
I could see the goddamn things.
That's true. You
I saw
navigated
them
us
too.
around
Right to
something.
the point that they hit me.
You just decided, yeah, bulldoze. That'll be great. Okay.
I'm
Look,
in agreement with the captain. The captain and I can sneak ahead and find them before you even need to walk into them.
okay.
I second this position.
Hold on. Question.
You would.
I have a thought, and it's not a good thought because I think I'm the only one who is, besides Arya, who maybe read up on the subject. Scopes. Right? They used to look at things that are far away, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Tends to. Great for navigating the sea.
Sure, but Arya, so I think you'd be the most well equipped to answer this question. On a quote-unquote uninhabited island, far away from civilization, what might you use a scope for?
I don't know if it's to look at anything. Because we're going to be putting this in the basement.
What would you
Because
use a scope for?
If that's the case, then it's not a scope; it's a focusing matrix.
Oh,
Energy
lighthouse.
Arya.
Well, it all
Out of
depends
character,
on.
I'm thinking Death Ray, but sorry. I had to say it.
Depending on what it's going to be replacing and what it's going to be mounted on, we won't know until we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is something we need to think about. You wouldn't look at the sea with a scope like this. Not out
Look
here.
at the sky.
Yeah.
Or,
After all, Tyr is right above.
or you could be looking at something incredibly tiny.
Arya just looks at her shoes, picks up her feet, and looks at the bottom of her shoes reflexively.
Yeah, that's also possible, but
Like I
with
said,
what Arya said about something pulling her in and calling this place home, what I know of her origins, which is not for me to speak on any further than that, and the fact that this is a scope that one might look at the sky with.
again, leaving me out of the conversation.
Tell us all about your entire history and everything that has ever happened to you, especially the really painful parts. We'll wait.
Okay, alright. Enough with everyone getting angry.
I'm not angry.
I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not angry. I'm
Captain-
just trying to put out a point.
Captain Amber,
Yeah.
for reference, more very implausible things about us. We all have very interesting histories. For I myself, I've technically died twice as well. Once before, during the age of dragons and giants. Her smile gets all crooked, like, oh god. And I was dead with the god of the world for a very long time. And then I woke back up when my husband died. And when I woke back up, I became part of the Lucky Sevens as a member of their team because I inherited my husband's memories, and that was my first revival. And then my second revival was after we fought the god
killed the god, and then we all died, and now we're back again. For reference, I know it sounds incredulous, but,
You asked.
I did.
But
I was
fine.
there when the calamity hit Mesotopia. Long, long, long ago.
And all of it sounds wild and impossible, but also you're gonna need my help. And so, leaving me out of conversations where my knowledge and my abilities and my expertise might be useful to you, letting me in on little things that might be, relevant. Even if it's crazy, is where I stand on that. So,
I wasn't saying that you didn't need to know, Captain. But Kaz said that it wasn't his place, which it wasn't. Arya has to tell that story. But I was just pointing out to the fact that we all have a very long history, including yourself. Some of us have things that we don't like to talk about. And if it's something you really need to know, or we will, because as long as we've known each other only for a few weeks, we do sort of trust each other at this point, or at least trust you as part of the group.
So, my point was, the more I know, the more I can help you. The less I know, the less effective I am. And the more we're going to get killed. And, as I would seem to be one of only a few of you who do not necessarily need magic, you need my help as much as I need yours.
We do.
Sorry.
What I'm proposing is the point of perhaps this scope, if it isn't a focusing matrix of energy and is in fact a scope that one would look through, or that something would be funneled through, would be used to look at the stars. Available ones.
How would that work if we're installing it into something in the basement? Because it's a tube that runs through the basement, he said. I know where to look for it. And I have to remove the old one and have you put the new one in as instantly as possible.
Because something is already being focused.
Yeah, this is a replacement part for something that's already happening. So
we need to figure out what. And for us to figure out what, we need to go to the temple, which
Yeah.
was again on the cards anyway. So
I have a theory
What would that be, Captain?
that this focus is meant to keep the dead magic zone going. Because as soon as it goes down, they're in danger from something. And if this is some kind of trap, they don't intend for us to get out. And they don't intend on anyone else knowing about this place either. So that they catch more ships in their graveyard. We're already stuck here as it is.
it wouldn't be the first impossible situation that I've literally broken to get us out of.
But I'm a
If I can be the
pessimist.
odd one out, I don't personally want to think.
You don't want to think ill of them. But what if they are thinking ill of you? I'm just saying it's a possibility. It's not necessarily the reality. But we have to bear it in mind. They're bothering us up for something.
It's good to err on the side of caution.
Err on the side of caution, certainly, but don't presume that someone is a criminal without evidence. Right now, we just know we're stuck, and there's weird things going on this island overall.
This place would make an excellent
We don't even
pirate
know
hideout.
if... Yes, we don't even know if that, she points to the rod again, if it even has any sort of magical property or anti-magic property or anything like that. We don't even know what's in the temple. We should just go first before we start making hypotheses
I don't think
and accusations.
a priestess of a god of justice is trying to kill us like that, but then again...
There are plenty of clerics and priestesses and all of that sort of stuff that are thinking that they are on the right path by doing atrocities.
This is true.
I don't think that's the case here. I just think that this is an illusion covering something else. But let's go figure that out by going to the temple.
Alright.
Alright, who wants to carry the special thing?
I will.
No, I don't trust you. Who else wants to carry the special thing?
We just
I will, because I'm already being protected.
Okay, no. Arya needs something to do since she doesn't have her magic. You are the bearer of the special thing.
Thank you. I am the bearer of the special thing.
Carl kind of looks to the captain at that point, and he's just like, to be fair, you did basically look at it like, I'd rather keep this than not. So I can understand the sentiment. Not that I agree. Not that I agree, but I understand the sentiment.
Wildly
Again,
untrustworthy is what I'm hearing from the lot here, so I'll lead the pack.
That's not true. I never said that. I never even implied it.
And she's going to start walking towards whatever path.
The captain just doesn't get my sense of humor.
I think that is a perfect time for us to take a little break. Be right back, everybody. the mountain to end up going to a temple of Tyr built into the side of it. Far more grand and splendor than the ramshackle here peace that they have experienced within this small village alcove, for lack of a better term, that they currently find themselves shipwrecked and being housed within. With the settlement's 3 settlers trying to end up being hospitable. Though it does lead to many questions and many undiscovered truths. As they start to embark, let us begin with the first leg of that journey. First thing I would like is for everybody to roll me a perception check individually and tell those numbers aloud.
Yeah.
What are we rolling?
Perception.
Perception check.
Perception.
Most common roll in Dungeons and Dragons, the one that
In-
everybody has stocked up.
Indeed.
27.
30-20.
So we got a dirty 20, 27, a 10,
Dirty 20.
dirty 20. Okay, so
And a
2 dirty
26.
and 26. Okay. So. Arya and Kaz, you would probably be the first to end up noticing. Now, for Arya, this isn't as big of a shock.
You mean
I don't think
Vanya?
I would have seen it. I
Vanya.
got a 10.
Oh, no, sorry.
It was Vanya.
I was Vanya.
Vanya.
No. I apologize. You two were coming as such a pair, you know. I'd start to get you to share dice rolls, too. So, Vanya and Kaz, the first thing that you would end up finding along the path. The path itself is well worn. Not well maintained, though. Really well worn. Path that has been trodden many a time. The ground itself is padded down with barely a stretch of grass to end up covering it. Mostly seems to be mud and stone. But what you would end up noticing, first thing, and this is probably even more important for you, Kaz, is there's a lot of very off trees in this forest. Not the least of which you can end up seeing is almost a wooden figure. Humanoid shape. Like almost a statue frozen in time, reaching out. Its head turned as though looking in terror. The facial expression is clear. But it's not a flesh tree. This is made of full wood. But the expression and pose seem like a frozen moment in time. And it doesn't appear to be carved either. It seems to be as though this is a outgrowth from the tree.
That's just like the one we found when we first got here.
So whatever's sealed under here did this. Because, if I were a betting man,
If you were a betting man,
If I was a betting man, there's very few things that could flash transmute someone into wood. It's like a petrification almost.
almost. What would you do when you come across this?
Which direction is this looking? Because obviously it'd be looking at whatever. Looking in a direction with its horror.
Looking towards the Hair Mountain.
Yeah, so there's like definitely something in that mountain.
That's ominous.
Yeah.
I thought we kind of already figured that one out.
No, I mean there's definitely something in that mountain. Look,
If it wasn't
Person,
obvious
right?
before.
Mhm.
and they're looking, and he like draws a line like directly from where their eyes would be up towards the mountain. Something came from there and did this. Something that this poor person would have found absolutely horrifying. Hmm.
No.
There's plenty of things that are horrifying out there.
Yeah, but how many of them can flash transmute someone into wood?
Who's to say it was a flash?
What? Hmm.
Capturing an expression like that, I think it would have to be pretty fast.
Well, they were stuck that way, and it took a while for it to grow over.
Would somebody like to make me a nature check, please?
That's not my strong suit.
I can make it.
Yeah, I'm not
Yep.
intelligent at all.
18.
18?
Mm-hmm.
Vanya, the tree didn't grow over this person. The tree and the person are indistinguishable.
They are the tree. They still could have been frozen that way, and then the change slowly happened. Instead of something
Could-
growing over.
Could it be maybe a soul or something escaping from whatever's trapped here? Slowly growing out?
Or teleportation magic gone wrong.
Hmm? It's a thought.
Some kind of catastrophe happened and did this, and
The instant
Maybe.
the dead magic zone went up.
maybe big release of energy caused this. It's not the first one we've seen.
Mm-mm.
Either way, we gotta go to the temple to figure this out.
Yeah. Does make me wonder more about our friends back at the village, though.
This could have happened before they even got here. We don't know. But we can ask them when we get back.
Are we talking about like Era of Dragon style shit again?
Given under the circumstances, maybe.
Wouldn't be the first time.
We shouldn't tarry. However, we should keep going.
Wild
Yep.
legends and all that.
Welcome to our daily life.
Continue on. And I have a random encounter table for this.
Mm.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hooray, a Trask.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Spoilers.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys one-shotted a Tarask at this point. Let's be fair.
Don't
I
tell
just
Yeah.
want someone to enlarge Kurobe so he can wrestle it.
You wouldn't get
No
that
one has
big.
that.
Yeah, you gotta get to here. Oh, actually, wait, no, push, drag, lift. Under the circumstances, maybe. But-
Okay. So, you end up here continuing up the mountain. The path is starting to swerve, doing a S motion, going up along the mountainside, eventually coming to certain plateaus. But on this first bend, when you end up going, it looks like some of the trees have overgrown and have filtered down. You see a pit of some kind. It stinks. Stinks something fierce. Almost seems like the water itself is just turned rotten.
Yes.
All right. Well, perhaps I'll be the first to try and cross if it's in the way.
It's not so much in the way, so much as it was placed alongside the path or something else. Looks like somebody might have tried to dig a hole here and just got filled with something. You have to be a little closer to check. Well, the smell itself is repugnant.
Ugh. Captain Amber is a bit curious, but also not, because that smell also puts her off. But I am going to be checking for if there's some kind of trap to pull us into it, because I don't want us getting anywhere near it either.
Hmm. Okay. What about the rest of you? You're following the captain's lead and just giving it a wide berth?
I'm using
Yeah.
Kurobe as a human shield.
Wide berth, but also helping to check for any kind of trap.
All right. So let's see here. You are checking for a trap, so yeah, let's go ahead and make that check.
Am I getting an assist, or are we rolling individually?
I'll allow an assist.
Okay.
It's a wide enough area that's possible.
Is that a perception check or something else?
Let's make it a perception check, sure.
Okay.
I'll give you a hand.
Okay. That'll be 16.
16. You look really closely, and you're reminded of an old dwarven parable. When you gaze into the abyss, sometimes the abyss gazes back at you, which is fitting. That as you do, you can kind of, as you get a little closer, maybe your foot just wriggles the dirt a little bit. The sloshing sound feels more like a sludge than just acrid water. And something bubbles. for a brief moment. And a mound, which you might have mistaken for dirt, rolls a bit.
Uh-oh.
And just stops and bobs in its own remains. It's hard to tell. But one thing's for certain, you know an eye when you see it. It's hazed over, long since rotted, and has to be the size of a man's torso.
That is not a natural size.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's. Is that a giant's eye, maybe?
I'd hate to see what took that thing out.
A little way to find out.
Are we
Bad
moving
idea.
on, or are we doing something else?
I think we should move on.
Yep. Keep eyes back, but yeah, let's give it a wide berth and keep going.
I'll keep eyes
That's-
forward.
Kind of want to throw a rock at it.
You want to throw a rock at it? Okay.
Mm.
All right. Roll
Throw a
me.
rock at it.
Okay. You throw a rock at it, and as you do, the eyeball just gives way and just starts oozing its contents. The smell just got a dozen times worse.
Moving on.
And
All right. Sometimes my ideas aren't the best, but
That was
Amber-
certainly one of your worst.
Amber is near
It's a way to
retching.
boot the room. It's a way to boot the room. Let's keep going, please.
but there is one thing you can confirm. That's not a giant's eye.
Is it a dragon's eye? Oh, it probably belongs
Skull
to
is
something else.
way too small to be a dragon.
Oh boy, that's. Yep, we're gonna keep going.
how far out is it?
About 15 feet. I'm presuming you're giving it a wide berth.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a tall, thin tree that's long enough to reach it?
Sure, why not?
I throw a rock at it. Now I'm gonna poke it with a stick.
I want to try to fish the skull out to see what it is. I'm
Leave
curious.
it to Karope.
Right.
And Amber's
tell you
over
what.
here near retching.
Yeah. Tell you what, give me a athletics check.
Okay.
Give me an athletics check.
He's good at those.
Mm-hmm.
31.
Bruh.
So you grab a small tree, probably only 2 feet in diameter, and after breaking it off and realizing you might have gone a little bit too far, pull it back to about the right size, snap it in two because why not? So you still don't understand why some people need axes. It's so much easier now that you're young.
Yeah.
You just start stripping off branches. You just try and poke it right in the eye socket. Yeah, get some leverage. Oh, you stop. put your back into it. Oh my God, it's so much nicer to be able to lift with a back that doesn't feel like it's going to give out at any moment. Of this, you start to listen, and as you do, the tree that is currently lodged in the eye socket of this thing starts to lift up. And you realize that the skull is not much bigger than the eye itself. A maw of teeth hangs open with a jaw that's just given way. And stalks are hanging off of its head, each with a smaller eye.
Oh.
Oh, I know what that is. Kurobe, put it down. Kurobe,
Put
for
it
the
down,
love of...
please.
Put it down. Put it down.
But I found it.
Do you remember what happened the last time you didn't listen to us about taking a skull?
And it
Put
smells
it
something
back.
rancid.
What if I cleaned the skull up? It would look so cool.
Put it back.
I'm sorry, but I don't care. That thing could reanimate for all we know.
Okay. And Groby will just drop the tree.
And Amber's gone and started walking off further down the trail.
Robe, you were initially fishing this out to end up answering a question. What was that question?
I wanted to see how big the skull was. And what it was, if we could figure it out.
You wanted to know how it died.
Yeah, if I could.
That would end up requiring an investigation check of sorts. Let me think on this one for a second.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird. It's been so long since I've been on this side of the screen, and I no longer know my roles intuitively. I have to double check.
Medicine or investigation, maybe.
Let's do medicine.
Okay,
That
that's a 0 instead of a -2. So we'll take that.
Fair.
15.
15. You do know this. Looks like the top of its cranium had been caved. The jaw was shattered by something about the size of a fist. That's a square shape. That's not the weirdest portion. The weirdest portion of it is that whatever this was left sear marks through it. The flesh has been burned away. The muscle has been burned away, leaving naught but bone and broken bits.
Interesting. Well, whatever killed that's going to be fun.
Amber calls down to the others. We done fishing through monster guts.
Yeah, they're not going to let me have any fun.
Your kind of fun usually results in you getting a disintegrate spell cast on you.
To be
And
fair,
she's heading
this
further
skull
path.
isn't talking to me.
You see its jaw shift. Might just be some tendon that gave way. Or it might be trying to communicate.
Can I roll an insight check?
Pretty sure it's dead
Okay.
and draining.
I'll start walking after everybody.
Okay. Makes It's the second learn. Let's see what's the third. Ooh. That's really good. Okay. As you start to end up approaching, you end up seeing the path start to kind of straighten out, starting to create a vertical stairs going up to the hip, up to the top, flanked by two statues. Looked like they were finely crafted, depicting two angels wielding hammers. One holding it left-handed, one holding it right-handed, making a kind of arch over the staircase.
Made of stone?
Not made of stone. Looks more like dried clay.
I mean, we are supposed to be heading to a temple, so
Beckoning forth.
something like this isn't too strange. Going to continue on.
Okay.
And I'm kind of leading along.
All right. Let us begin our journey as we start to end up making our way past the past the pilgrim's path. Let us begin at the temple entrance. So, as you start to approach, you see a very similar shaped. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Okay. It's almost like Roll20 doesn't want to let me play right now. Where are you? There we go. Can you all see your tokens?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Hopefully you can move them as well. When you approach, the first thing that stands out is another statue depicting an angelic figure. Its face has been smashed clean off. It holds within its hands a warhammer, much like the other two depicted. But this one's etched in stone, with sigils in the dais that it sits upon. Behind it, a pair of double doors, framed by an archway, in a language long forgotten. written in who knows how long it's been written in that stone. But you get the sense already that there's something in here. This is a holy place. More importantly, Arya, that sensation you were feeling is not towards the temple. It is actually now behind you, towards the pilgrim's path, through the forest that you've just walked.
And as we enter the temple, I'm going to stop and just feel it for a moment. Look back at the pilgrim's path, or at least the direction towards it. And then back towards the temple. I think for a moment. I don't feel it anymore. What? How strange. Okay, out of curiosity, has anyone else been feeling the same thing? That sensation? Or am I the only one?
No.
I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Oh, that's bad luck.
Said it was back?
It's that feeling like home.
No.
Like this is where I need to be. Yes. I mean, I felt it very strongly when we were following the pilgrim's path up the trail up the mountain, but here I don't. It's not this way, it's behind us.
Do we want to check out the temple, replace this part, and then go look for where it's drawing you?
Good.
I say yes.
I think it may be an idea to actually go and go back down the Pilgrim's Path first. Just in case whatever's in there with Arya's gut feeling relates, or we get a back door.
Well, I know that Brooke said that this was kind of important to get done quickly.
Yeah, we're here anyways.
I'm just thinking, because we don't know what we're actually doing, that doing something that may kind of elucidate us as to what we're actually replacing and why might actually make sense, because if it was really so important, why does there need to be vague?
He wasn't vague. He told me exactly where to go and what to do. I just
Yeah,
didn't ask any questions.
Yeah, well, the answer is why. Why does it need to happen quickly? What happens if it doesn't happen?
Well, if we wait too long, we'll find out.
I definitely have a distinct impression that it's the entire magic field. But I could be wrong.
Well, if that falls, we get to leave, right?
If that
Yeah,
falls, we get
but
to leave.
also
We're no longer trapped.
whatever's trapped here can get out too.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, Kurobe, you did also say that, form up and hit it till it dies.
Yeah.
Can't do that if it's stuck in there, now can we?
Here's what you do, isn't
No,
it?
I'm just saying that's going to happen, so we can't just leave, is all I was saying.
Well, yeah, I'm not thinking leave. I'm thinking we follow Arya's trail, then come back up here, replace the part, and all should be golden.
I think in that case we leave it to Arya. It's pulling her after all.
And God forbid we split up from here.
No.
Mm. This would be so
Absolutely.
much easier if we
Positively.
had message or something. And we could split the party and actually, if
No.
anyone finds anything a different way, then it could just communicate on the fly. But no magic. I hate this.
Even if we had that, I wouldn't trust it. Arya, I'm pretty sure we have enough evidence to go whenever we split up, bad things happen. Basically, all the time.
Well, that's not very conducive of anything, because quite frankly, bad things happen to us all the time anyways.
Yes, but it's worse. Because
Correlation is not causation.
But
Carl
there's a
kind
lot
of just
of...
grabs Arya. Carl just kind of grabs Arya by the shoulders. You in specific also don't have access to your magic right now, and I think Vanya and I would like to be around to protect you so that nothing bad happens like what happened last time when you got taken to the abyss and we had to save you thanks to that stupid bitch Mercury.
Oh.
That does protect you, damn it!
She's just like screaming, like yelling as Kaz is shaking her. Ah!
I think we
Okay,
should.
okay.
If there's something that's pulling you here, I think that may have something to do with what's going on with the temple. That's why I say we should check that first, just so that we don't just replace something willy-nilly and we have no idea exactly what this thing is meant to be doing, right?
Well,
I think it might pull off some answers, and I'd rather not just replace
Look.
something that we frankly have no idea what it is.
look,
Is that everyone's vote?
I'm not a smart man, but try to follow my logic. If we need to place this and it's something important because it's breaking down, and we skip it and something bad happens, it's our fault. It's already working then. If we replace it and we want it not to work later, we can come back and pull it back out. There's no reason to not do it first.
I just. I'm not trusting of it. I'm not trusting of them.
Neither am I.
Can we just look at the thing itself? I mean, worst case scenario, we can just always pull it out later, right?
Okay. Okay,
If that's what you want to do, hon.
We're already here. If there is a status quo, let's keep it until we have more information.
Okay.
And after all, there's an entire probability that this is completely mundane.
Given
Tell you
that we're
what.
pulling.
When we're switching this out, if you think it powers the magic thing, try to do one of your things when we're switching
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I can do that. Get this turd off of me.
What did...
Hon, people have used water for that since water.
Water only does so well sometimes, especially seawater. Do you even have any idea how grungy I feel? It's all over me. The smell of seaweed.
Great grungy. Aren't those frog people from all the way across the. Never mind.
Well, I was just going to
Don't
say
ask
that
questions.
salt water's great for exfoliating.
No, it isn't.
You've never...
It's terrible. It's full of fish pee.
It's salt water.
Kaz just gonna go walk into the temple. I'm like, I'm fine.
Don't argue. Don't argue with Arya about this. She just feels so vulnerable right now.
She's fine, but this thing is powering, okay?
Vanya's just putting an arm around her and like, come on, let's go.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Alright.
I'm going
up
along
to
as
the board.
well.
Okay.
Keeping an eye out for anything that might jump out at us.
Okay.
Dude, we're being stabbed right about now. Maybe it might feel better than this. Whatever this is.
Do not take your marital problems out on the enemy. It is unfair to them.
Nothing bloodier than a divorce.
You get this half of the monster, and they get half of that half of the monster. Sorry.
So, as you approach the temple doors, you open them. Kurobe, you're saying you're the one who's opening, right?
Sure, I'll be the one that opens.
I'm just double checking. I'm just going off of where I see the tokens at this point. So
I actually would like to check it to see if there's any kind of trap or something before we
yeah,
willy-nilly open it.
by all means, make me a perception check. See if there's anything that stands out.
I will offer an assist.
Okay. Ooh, I'll take that. Okay. 18.
18. The doors are incredibly thick planks. That's the first thing that you'll notice. The hinges are somewhat exquisite, truth be told. And as you kind of look at it, you realize, no, there's no keys to lock. No showcase of any kind of security mechanisms whatsoever. Seems to be a place that is open to all who can make the path. And so, should you choose to open it?
I'll push it open.
When you do, you're looking down a dark corridor, quite a few meters in length, built pretty deep into the mountain. And after a moment, braziers start to light, as though on command, going one pair after another, flanking the walls, trailing further in, illuminating the whole structure, so you could see all the way into the corridor. A few columns that uphold the foundation of this particular arrangement. Pews lining either side. Carpet that seems to have been worn down of time. And an altar of some kind placed at the head of the room, at the furthest reaches. The sound of fire flickering, it's definitely real. You look at the floor. The floor is woven together with intricate patterns of stonework. Masons may have been working on just this room alone for decades. And it shows in reference to Tia. However, Kurobe, this doesn't describe the room you were here given. The room you were here given described had large paintings, supposedly. But at least from where you're standing at the entrance, you don't see any paintings in this hallway, nor any, at least from this distance, in the main room.
Well, he was talking something about a basement, I think.
Mhm.
All right. So I think we're looking for a doorway of some, and I'm going to start going in. Unless someone goes ahead of me.
I'm gonna run my fingers against the wall to see if I can find any hidden passageways.
Always a smart thing to do. Though, as you're doing that, what are the rest of you doing?
Vanya, seeing what the captain is doing, is going to do the same down the other wall.
Okay.
And these braziers are lit automatically? Is there some way to detect magic without detecting magic?
Well,
See if they're
Magic.
gas
the
powered.
I suppose there's one way that's pretty easy to check.
Can you use magic in here, Aria?
Talking about sticking your head in the fire to see if it's on.
I am going
Real
to
fire.
look at one of these, braziers. I'm gonna look at one of them and hopefully using prestidigitation. I'm gonna wave my hands at it as if to try and get it to flicker, move, make the fire dance around me as I'm used to.
And that's exactly what happens. The flame comes from the brazier and starts to dance around you.
I dance around with the flame flickering, little candle lights around me, just happy playing with the embers. Yes. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm gonna use prestidigitation to get rip the dirt off of me, and it floats into the sky, and it like a cloud of dust just falls in front of me.
You know, I imagine what it is you kind of pat yourself off, like you're patting yourself down, and you step forward, and all the dirt is just left behind in this crude silhouette of yourself, like out of Buster Scruggs, just.
Oh my god! I put my hands out at it, like, see.
You can use your magic in here. Fantastic.
Oh, thank the gods.
Oh, is there a reason that you have this sudden concerned look on your face?
I wonder why. Everything but the temple? That's why she was able to. Because it's consecrated ground, isn't it? That's why she's able to. She's using magic to make food. That's why she was able to do it. Because there's two temples. It's a place of local worship. This is a place blessed by Tia. If she's an actual priestess of Tia and she managed to naturally create consecrated ground that was safe from the dead zone, then inside that church you would also be able to practice magic.
Oh, so maybe our little looking glass here is in order to maintain the consecration.
Well, you would think that an object to maintain that would also be consecrated. Can you check that?
Oh, I can. I'm pretty sure I have detect magic.
Let's see if you can cast detect magic.
I'm glad that's what you guys are thinking. I thought you guys were going to ask the thing if it's consecrated.
Never mind.
Don't be asinine.
I don't actually have detect magic. Why am I like this? Why don't I ever take anything like that? Oh yeah.
I have a. Let's see here.
Or identify.
I have identify.
Oh, that works. That works so much better.
Can I guidance on you?
Vanya, do the thing.
Yeah, she's gonna grab it and use identify.
Eric, wondering where's
Look
Claire?
how much gets done.
Derek,
What you need,
wondering where
Derek?
his player's handbook is gone.
Yep, I can't find my player's handbook. God dang it.
What do you need? I can link it.
I wanted to double check. Okay.
I
Okay.
think
All right. Thank you. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued item. Yes. I believe the type would be abjuration, but it is not on the device itself. It is on the lenses.
Huh.
I might be wrong on that, but let me double check that.
Yeah, if we're talking about some kind of protection magic, yeah, it would be abjuration. Not that Amber would know that. That's DM's note.
Yeah, that would be appropriate. That would be appropriate. But it's specific to the lenses.
The lenses have abjuration magic on them.
Very, very light.
But it's a focusing array for energy, so... Oh. It's a sealing key to keep the seal up.
Huh.
that's what I was thinking, which why I wanted to put this in until we figure out what we're doing. If we want to let it out later, you can always take it back out.
Okay, let's go put the key in then, I guess. But we kind of need to figure out how to get there.
Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna walk in.
looking for synchronances.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna just walk in and
Okay.
Is it maybe looking down the pews? I just point directly at the altar. What's the
Yeah,
probability that it's under that?
that's what I was thinking. I'll walk over to the altar and I'll see if it moves.
Roll me an investigation.
Okay.
Well, you can always brute force it if you want. You know, it's like I will make it move. But
I was going to push on. How a strong guy pushes. I don't want to exactly twist off a bottle that's not twist off. I just want to check if it's twist off.
You and I both know how that commonly goes, right?
Yeah, I know how that commonly goes. I'll try an investigation.
Just
3.
Like this is clearly a twist off.
Okay.
That's what your instincts are telling you. This is clearly a twist off.
Hey, careful, careful.
I'll push it.
You'll flip it?
I'm not going to try to flip it. I'm just going to try to push it to see if it slides or something. Maybe pick it up.
Seems pretty solid.
Someone, I'm afraid I'm going to break this. Can someone see if this might move somehow?
Let me come over. I'll have a look.
If I can make holes, but I don't want to intentionally break something that's not supposed to be broken.
Let me have a look. What would you like from me, dear Dungeon Master?
Investigation.
We take those. That is an 18.
Okay. So, what you notice is very faintly there are some scratch marks in the stone. Almost like the altar hinges out. But when you pull on it, it feels pretty solid. Implying there is a way to end up getting this thing open. But it's not just open to anybody.
Can I maybe kneel at it and say a prayer?
Miracles happen.
And I'm going to do my best, like when I talked to Bahamut, to entreat Tyr to see if it's something that, you need his blessing to be able to open. To see if he'll give me that right.
Tell you what, make me a religion check.
Okay.
Why not? Why not? This is consecrated ground. If you believe the story, built by Tyr's blood himself.
So that's a 19, minus 2.
Hmm. When you end up doing so, you end up seeing that the braziers along the wall flare up just a little bit. And the altar itself starts to move, pulling aside, revealing a staircase. Descends lower down into the realm, into the ground, unlit, going significantly deeper, away from the heavens where Tyr's stars hang in the night sky.
Guys, you'll be proud of me. I made a hole without breaking something.
Good job.
Congrats, I guess. All right. Who's going down first?
Okay.
I can. And I'm going to use dancing lights before starting to descend the ladder.
All right.
And I'll follow directly after her.
Moving them
I
along with me
guess
to keep lit.
Since it's a place where magic works, I will pull out my sword and turn the fire on and use it like a torch.
Okay. Then I'm just going to move you all together just so I can bring you all into the next scene together.
I gotta make an updated token with my new art.
Oh yeah, I have to update all the tokens as the DM.
Going
Alright,
down.
so we're looking... Oh, sorry.
Okay. Going down the stairwell. It's fairly cramped. It's fairly confined here. The first thing you'll probably notice is what appears to be a lot of remains of pallets. Pallets that have a clay residue upon them. pallets that seem to have a bunch of junk parts to an apparatus you're uncertain of. Stuff that's not all too dissimilar from what you currently carry. As you end up approaching down, and the first thing that might end up catching your attention is just how dark it is down here. Whereas the above shrine certainly ends up showcasing a grace and elegance required for most places of faith. Down here, it's a lot more humble, shall we politely say. The walls themselves seem to be more carved out of necessity than any form of grace. Very rough stone. Some of it being held by some very creative stonework, serving as pillars more so for a sense of comfort than any function. But then again, clearly the followers who built this weren't dwarves.
So what are we looking for exactly?
A room with a bunch of paintings.
Bunch of paintings.
Yeah.
Likely
Oh,
loot
wow.
that they stole from a bunch of other crashed ships.
Wouldn't be too hard to find then.
And because I have dark vision, I am going to start kind of making our way forward.
Okay.
Fanya's going along with, and moving her lights along with her.
Yeah. As soon as you start to end up pressing forward and around the corner, you end up seeing another staircase that immediately descends down in the next room. However, that next room also has two doors, one heading eastward and the other one heading southward. The stairs look like they go more on a northern path, snaking around and around. Looks like they go significantly deeper. The two doors are shut and seem to be more humble in origin. Mostly made from scrap planks, though these don't appear to be made of ship remains.
I'm gonna see about opening one of those doors cautiously, making sure that I'm not gonna get gassed in the face or something before it opens.
Fair. Fair. So, which one is it? The southern or the eastern door?
Yeah, it's the south. I'll go southward.
All right. Let's just move here.
Kurobi's just going to come down and just stand out of the way.
Okay. When you open it, the first thing that you will notice is kind of an old rotted hammock. Probably a place of rest for one who was supposed to end up maintaining this facility. There's scattered ruins of old books. You also end up seeing a small collection of firewood and other such necessities. A small stove built right into the foundation.
Combinations for like a humanoid size?
Yeah, it seems about right.
Alright. Found a living quarters.
Huh. Eh,
Is
doesn't
there
seem
evidence
too
of what
off.
sort of person who lived here? Like any personal effects or anything like that?
I'd say that would probably be in a good investigation at this point.
Okay. Not that I'm terribly good at that either. Yep. I'm not very good at that. Yeah, so that's a 5.
It's all tall speak to you.
Tall speak.
Exactly.
Alright. I'll move on to the next room and make sure that
Alright.
that door's not going to gas me either.
All right. What's your perception bonus, by the way?
Perception is 2, so my passive would be 12.
Okay. I'll just try and remember that then. Okay. So you get to the second room, and this one is locked.
Hmm. I'm gonna try and pick the lock.
All right. And roll me a sleight of hand then.
Sleight of hand or thieves' tools?
For some odd reason, I keep mistaking the one for the other. Let's do thieves' tools because that would be more appropriate. My bad.
Okay.
It's been a while. Leave me alone. My last rogue was a brute.
Because I'm proficient and I have dexterity, so that's a higher than my actual sleight of hand. Oh, that's a natural 20.
Ooh, nice.
Plus 9 for a 29.
Yep. You put in the hook. You end up grabbing hold of the pick. You slide it in, and with a single twist, it suddenly opens. Way before you were ready to do that.
Oh.
You just kind of look at everybody like, yeah, I'm that good. They can never know.
Just that good.
Yeah. And when you step in here, you will actually find something a little bit off. What appears to be a alchemist table in the top left hand of the room, along with assorted books and several pallets of clay. One, a half-finished statuette of perhaps one of the figures that you saw out at the start. You know, the archway with the two angelic figures wielding the warhammer, favorite weapon of Tyr.
Alright. I will be right back myself, but you guys keep going.
Okay.
Keep going for a sec. I gotta be right
No
back.
worries. What's everybody else doing while our dear head dwarf is currently investigating the surroundings?
Vanya is going to look around that first room.
Okay. What are you
See if
looking
there's
for,
any
Vanya?
interest. Seeing if there's anything of interest.
Something of interest. Okay. Roll me a perception check. See if anything particularly takes your fancy.
24.
24. A lot of the papers have been lost to time here. Little more than dry rot, save for one that only has a few legible passages. It speaks on how they feel they're going to be overrun. We can't hold. Tyr, forgive us.
Huh. Something happened. And she'll step out of the room to show the others what the paper says.
We can't hold. Hold against what? Wait a second. Kurobe? There was that thing out in the forest, that horrible mass of God knows what. Did you
Speaking of... Oh, sorry.
happen... I was gonna say, did you happen to see what happened to it, what it was, or...
Yeah, speaking of which, I forgot to ask Derek. Being that I was an adventurer, would I have ever heard stories or know what that was? I know what that was, but does Kurobe?
Myths and legends, they're not exactly a common thing. And usually when you run into one, it's because things have gone less than normal.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen one. I've heard about them. So they're very rare and you live to tell tales about them. But whatever beat it looked like it was hit with something flaming hot. Maybe a hammer of some kind. It was square shaped.
Well, what is it called? This thing you saw.
If it's what I think it is, it was called a beholder.
The Beholder.
It's supposed to have all kinds of nasty things that can happen to you just because it looks at you.
Yeah, they're, from what I heard, they're not fun to deal with.
Well, maybe the truth is in the eye of the beholder. Mhm. Let's keep looking.
Here's the thing that should be scary. As terrifying as those are in legends, something beat it to death on this island.
Oh.
Yeah, that's concerning.
Well, I mean, what could do that? The only things on this island were our three friends, our stranded folk, the crew, us.
We do know a very strong man that uses a hammer. I don't know. That's another question for to get back, but
Suppose that's true.
Mm-hmm.
But this
it could be
implies
something we've never seen.
Yeah, I mean, this paper, them, we can't
Long
hold
shot.
against them.
A long shot. The three down there aren't necessarily who they seem to be, and how would they continue to subsist on an island that isn't really forgiving to them, especially to craft things like this, such that they would have magic.
They
What if we're
might be the
dealing
last
with-
thing holding whatever is in here.
Well, I was thinking I was going to go a little further than that. What if we're talking to an avatar of a god? Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, wouldn't be.
Oh, it might be more than than just a priestess.
I'm not thinking about her.
Who are you thinking?
Rook.
Either way.
Tyr was a blacksmith.
Yeah, that does make sense.
I mean, with the little I know of Tyr, I keep my ear to the pulse on things like that.
Hmm. We'll figure it out in one way or the other.
Them just sounds like the wording in this just sounds like there's more than one thing here. It leads me to question. What is Shiel's history? Brooke explained his to some extent, but didn't really give too much away. I know Spike's story. God, I mean, she told me everything about her whole entire life here at this point.
According to the others, Brooke's been here, or Shell's been here since who knows how long. So
Maybe she knows more about these. Can give us some insight. In any case, there is
asking
another floor, right?
too many questions.
Yep. There is another floor, and there's also a alchemy lab to explore.
There's a
Let's
lot of
explore the
books.
alchemy lab. Quick, someone with better
Yeah.
investigation than me.
Mine's a -1.
Mine's a -2.
I'll go. I'll take a look around the alchemy lab. I'll poke the things.
Who likes books? There's lots of books.
What is my thing on that? 22.
22. Three things come to mind. The first, for all the alchemical ingredients available on the desk, most of it has dried up or has just been left to misuse. Some of the tubing is clogged up. Residue left and not cleaned in however long this has been here. Old enough that you're worried that the table might give way if you end up putting too much weight on it. Which is probably what ends up getting your attention to the small bowl along the side, which looks like it has pristine water.
Huh. Well, that is a strange thing.
Second thing, outside of the expected holy texts, you would expect, history of Tyr, his relation to blacksmithing, those who philosophize on the nature of Tyr as a god, the discussion between good and lawful, the ideas of what these mean in tandem and when they come into contradiction. Riveting stuff, I'm sure, for any intellectuals out there. But the more important thing is also the art of sculptor, the art of crafting sculpture, bringing sculpture to life.
Yeah, angels outside might have beaten that thing to death.
Could be.
I
think Spectre and I are sharing
sculptures
the brain cell here.
to life, like trees, tree sculptures.
They look like they grew and weren't sculpted, though.
Hold on. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I have a thought.
Mm-hmm.
Alchemy. Spike was talking to me earlier about alchemy. I didn't quite understand it entirely. Because I come from more of a... Never mind. That
Isn't that
scientific background is not important, but...
mixture of different things to create, like, potions and things?
Yes, well, theoretically, yes. But more specifically, elements. So, the way that Spike, good kid, great kid, the way that she tried to explain it was she was showing me coals. You have to burn the coals in order to take the water out of them, because wood is made of earth and water. You burn the coals to take the water out of them, and it makes them more like metal as an element. What if this was research and study to do something similar and put life into object? A life into an element. And that's why there are these strange trees everywhere.
You mean like automatons?
Sort of, yeah.
Instead of being mechanical, it would legit just be bringing it to life.
You put the spirit into wood and water. It creates a living tree. Living with the person's spirit.
And if you were to infuse that same spirit into clay, earth and water, mud and clay, and then fire it to harden it,
You make golems?
clay golems.
We've seen stone golems, but they don't look anything.
Yeah, but
Like-
clay you can shape.
Stone can be masoned and cut, but
Clay you can work a little bit better. Shape it properly.
and then make it retain its shape by firing it to temper it and harden it.
Are we actually talking about the manipulation of putting a soul into something made of clay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds like Shadowheart bullshit.
I think, how would I describe it? Shadowheart is more brute force. This has,
Finesse.
an elegance to it.
Artistry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Artistry.
You put enough souls in an engine and you create flight. Same difference, right?
Yes, but the Shadowheart Empire are also known for cavorting with demons. So
Well, yeah. Part of the reason why I left.
One, I think's trying to use something as fuel, and one's trying to make something more.
But the question is, why are they all pointed towards the mountain? What's in the mountain?
Fear. Something to
No.
fear.
I'm sure
The
we'll find
creator.
out.
Vanya is going to carefully remove the book on, well, the alchemy book, and just kind of carefully flip through it.
I will answer 3 questions involving that process. It's a lot of literature, but I'm going to effectively Cole's notes it down to 3 questions
Okay.
that would be explained in such intricate detail as to be kind of rote by the time I'm done explaining it. But we'll suffice it down to 3 questions you can ask, and I will answer them.
Any questions, guys?
We'll start with this. With any machine, you have to have a blueprint. I want to know if this book gives us a blueprint.
Yes, it does contain the blueprint. It would probably also explain why many of the clay sculptures you have crossed also wear the same, or are the same figure, are the same face. They're all sculpted off of the same blueprint.
Okay.
Oh, this might not be a question for the book, but it might be a question that we haven't really asked yet. Do all of the figures that come out of trees, do they all have the same face?
No.
So they're individual people, not the same form factor being sculpted.
No.
Okay.
But I won't count that as a question. Yeah, I'll count that
Good.
as a nice little bit of trivia to end up kind of comparing to what you already know. So that's one
Just
question.
wanted to make sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I asked a question. I can't hog it up. Quick, guys, use that noggin of yours.
Well, it could also be just as well as to try and check a piece of information you're presuming.
Mm-hmm.
just to be
Huh?
sure you're on the right track rather than jumping on to conclusions.
I mean, not that it's a super in-depth question, so I don't know that it'll take up a slot, but who is this written by?
Ooh. Is that written by? Well, if you had to end up asking, the hand was written by or it was written by a member of the priesthood. More importantly, it was offered as divine inspiration from from Tyr's own muse given form.
Hmm.
Oh,
Shield, perhaps.
perhaps.
This book talks about imbuing life into sculpture. Does it talk about additional imbuements? Like, for example, imbuing the distillation and imbuement of a sculpture with the essence of an element.
Ooh, good question.
Because I remember, like Kurobe, that thing had its head smashed in, right? With something about the size of a fist.
Yeah,
But
square
it
shaped.
burnt and square shaped. You want to know what that reminds me of?
A hammer.
The head
Like
of
I
a
said.
warhammer.
Yeah.
So
Or a blacksmithing hammer.
I feel like the hammers may have been additionally infused with something else. Because I mean,
Yeah, that's
at
where
that
my head
point,
was at.
you're looking at the core of enchanting. At that stage, the infusement of elements into inorganic materials like clay or metal.
You ponder this, and then I invite your eyes back to the alchemy table. Onto the one thing that has not evaporated over time. Crystal clear water. Untouched by time. Untouched by stagnation.
Which means it's either blessed or it's elemental water. The purest expression of water. I'd like to go over and examine that.
By all means. How would you like to investigate it?
I think... Just to begin with, I want to look over the vessel and that the water is contained in.
It's in a bowl roughly 2 hands big. If you were to take some of the empty flasks, you could probably fill 3 of them with its contents.
I'll go and grab a flask and fill it with the water.
Okay.
I'll
It
do
pours.
a swirl, a smell.
Smells completely clean.
How does it feel to how does the flask feel to the touch? Is it warm or is it cold? Cold water.
Feels almost a little warm to the touch. Not in heat, but you just feel calmer holding it.
And there's still the remnants of a clay sculpture being made, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
There are other receptacles.
Are there any other receptacles?
Yeah. Like empty, I would assume, but
There, you could end up filling it using more vials to end up pouring it out. That wouldn't be an issue. But if you're talking about the statue itself, it doesn't appear to have any.
no, I talk about the table. Like, obviously there was a bowl with the pristine water, but I would assume there's other receptacles on the
Oh
table.
yeah, there's tons of it. There's flasks of all kinds. Think you're as stereotypical of an alchemy table as you can get, but most of the equipment's ruined, either just to misuse or, near as what you can figure, it was just kind of left in mid go. Hence the current clay sculpture that is left unfinished there.
They were making soldiers in here.
If you want to try to stop and fight something, an army that doesn't get tired.
There is another property, though, that might be important.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Give it some thought. What's something?
Not terribly smart.
That's okay.
Were they using people that got shipwrecked to fuel these things?
No.
Fourth.
Also, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask what you were gonna.
What's one thing that all golems share in common?
A way to control them?
They have
Mhm.
Well, they have a control necklace, but Earth is it's
Mhm.
always solid inorganic material, and they always have a balance of the elements somehow. If it's not Earth, it's metal, stone, clay, iron. Flesh.
What are they primarily effective against?
Things that use mind-bending powers because they're constructs. Constructs are immune to things that affect the mind because they don't have minds. They're mindless. And aberrations tend to use the most mind-affecting powers. In fact, it's like 90% of the stuff that they do. And it would make sense if we also compared that to the fact that there was a beholder, which is indeed a type of aberration. Taxonomists classify them in the same sort of thing, although no one's seen one in a long time. In that same sort of field as like the Manowars and the Illithid.
So I'll give you one more then. What makes you think that what you saw in the tree was a person?
What if it was a golem of wood?
No.
Or
Or an aberration.
what it was. If it wasn't a person, it was.
Does anybody here remember the first one you encountered? Since I know Gavin wasn't here for that.
Sword stuck in their chest.
What was at their feet?
I don't remember that.
A ring of...
Oh. Faye. A ring of mushrooms. Also, psychic bullshit. I forgot about that.
As did I.
I think that is a perfect note to end it on. And I'd like to thank everybody for showing up here at CoffeeCat Presents Rebirth, a D&D tale. We'll be continuing this little escapade for the next couple of weeks, just as CoffeeCat recharges his batteries, gets a little bit prep time, manages to end up getting a little bit ahead, and is able to come back to it with a fresh new start. I'm hoping that you're liking this little side adventure.
Yes.
To get to the gritty part of it pretty soon.
I half
Yes.
expected us to get into a fight today.
Right?
Coffee.
Yes.
You know you can get batteries for cheap on Amazon.
Yes, I am aware. But my own batteries don't come that cheap.
All right. So, CoffeeCat, if you'd like to end up leading us in the Fallout and Raid out.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so
Roll
much,
out.
Derek, for being our guest DM on our show for the last couple sessions so far. So, Derek does an absolute wonderful job of DMing. You can also find him on Sundays doing Vampire as a storyteller. And then, of course, the rest of the week he does some drawing stuff. So, thank you so much, Raven, for shouting him out. In the meantime, though, with all of us here ready to call it a night, I wish you all a wonderful evening. Let's find somebody to raid. And until next time, say goodnight, everybody.
Night.
Stand up when
Good
you're
night.
talking to me.
Now you're in the deep shit.